Hello, everybody. We're back at it again with some more Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we did some more shit. We found out that what may be a clue to the that that government message from the last game. We found out what that could have been deciphered as. It is entirely possible that Kazuma was sent to Great Britain as a student, under the guise of as a student, to assassinate Tobias Gregson. And now, after Tobias Gregson's death, we're about to find out if that is the case. So we're on trial part 2. There's 4 parts, so this will be exciting. Yeah, I also have my door open because nobody's home at the moment, so it's just me, the cats, and the dog. So I'm just leaving the door open, so you're going to be hearing, you might hear, like, the cats start making noise in the background, because I can hear Thor popping off back there. My boy's over here like he's fucking losing a game of Tekken 8. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing there before us? I don't know, man. Probably not. It's probably smelly. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zykes. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the question asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan, as well as proceeding over the Supreme Court. He is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turned up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. Now I'm practicing defense lawyer. I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes. And full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight up to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? My brother in Christ, how can you fucking say that? Ain't no way bitch-ass motherfucker Jigoku over here saying that it's unrelated. I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I can offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It also ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost 10 years ago, a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The doctor of Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro is involved in this case?
Take that!
What on earth is that? This piece of evidence is a welcome present to the courthouse with all compliments of defense. Okay.
Take that!
There you go. This is what I thought. I just thought that was okay. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately a year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Osogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. A. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain, from British Town. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also as visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson, one assassin from each country, to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah. You deliberately avoided saying the name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point in this new development that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events that of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned to the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened. That meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard of. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-san? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind all this behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. And the crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship on Dunkirk, because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick von Zykes. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Malkavian, is that how you say it? Malkavian dealings? Mike Karuba? Chat. Chat, give me a second. Chat, you gotta give me a second. Chat. Cunning, manipulation, and willing to deceive. Oh, I see.
Machiavellianism.
Machiavellian? Okay. Evangelion? Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? How much you want to bet it's Strongheart? I have a feeling it was Strongheart who ordered it. I don't trust this fuck. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Shoma's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the offset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about is in the testimony by this witness are the details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea? I've already looked at that.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we could be sure to that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Airlock Sholmes. We were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Airlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, you know what I'm saying? After leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Gross were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that the incident occurred in his cabin. Hold on, my mom's calling me. Yeah. That's okay. What is it? Oh, okay. I don't really care. How about Rob's then? Okay. Alright, thank you. Bye. Sorry about that. We're good. So what is he saying? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in jury execution?
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch? And if you will observe the victim's pocket watch, victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Ugh. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Ugh. You're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness has to give further will have to give further testimony. When you hear that what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October. Of course. As a man of law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Of course, you are willing to, commit perjury, but, that's fine. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. What are you doing, note door? When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. As soon as I took care of him with an ippon seo throw, I don't know how to fucking say that, I'm not Japanese, though, he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. I don't know about that. Ippon soi? A common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. It in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in this case. Well, counsel, I see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has the right to a cross-examination, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your country, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. My boy over here is talking some major shit over here. I'm pretty sure it's because of my tenacity. It's because of my tenacity that I fucking do that I win every case, so.
Objection!
What did you just say to me, kitty? You heard that guy before? He's fucked up.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass you. Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. That's all it took to convince him, was having a mustache and a trench coat? But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly. All I can tell you is that that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen a muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. I feel like you should, if you're equipped with a gun, I feel like you should be trained to use said gun. Considering, you know, he's a fucking cop. Is it raining outside? Thor. Oi. About to throw something at you. Will you quit fucking with my curtains? Stop it! Stop it! You silly goose? You silly goose? Hmm? Come on, cat. Anyway, there was no time to call for help. For the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. So I just took care of him with a bonso. He couldn't wait to run away.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My bonso is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow, and he just managed to slip by him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Sue throw. The crown snapped off the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Wait, what did he say? Let me reread that, because I think I read it weird. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Okay, never mind. I guess I just felt weird about that. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. Well, the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All this watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? That the inspector was killed on the steamship in France. What was that noise? Am I going crazy? Did I hear something? What the fuck was that? Oh, Thor, get the fuck away from him. Hey, go. You can hang out on my desk. Okay, I thought I heard something. It was my fucking cat. I turned around and I saw Thor was trying to play with him, but Pretty Kitty is not much of a, you know, he doesn't like to play with him because Thor is kind of bitey. He plays a little rough, so Pretty Kitty doesn't like to play with him. Mwah. So I just moved him on my desk, so he could just hang out with me. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain the same at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off ship with your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... All passengers' luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught. by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh, I killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Is Susato? 4. Stop making noises over there. What did I just say? We first heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body at the scene. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. No possible way I could have transported the victim's body back to Britain. Are you sure? What if you were incorrect of that statement? What if I were to say that you smell, like you're a smelly bullet?
Objection!
I don't know why I thought that would work.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, Stripling, whatever. All passengers of crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. As you did. Well then, remind me. Did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No! So, we're in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly brought the inspector's body to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. You should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruto. Yes, of course. The fence has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's nothing really more to say.
Objection!
There's gotta be something. No way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. So how do you... How is who did it? Who did that? Who would have done that?
Objection!
No. Oh boy. There's gotta be a way to cook this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I already did. Okay. I'll be right back. Hold on. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, let's think here.
Objection!
Ah, there we go. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of you, of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha ha ha! I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer. In the foyer of the hotel. To mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large little travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Chigoku's trunk. Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Chigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Goria, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. On the onset of the body's decomposition, could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of a requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrical refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Chigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on the study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Shigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baron von Zych shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence contradicts that claim. Bro, I'm at fucking... Oh, this shake is making me feel good, bro. Damn, I am going to be shitting tonight. Let's go.
Take that!
Yeah.
Take that!
Yeah.
Take that!
Okay, let me think here. Evidence that contradicts that he was shot and killed instantly.
Take that!
God damn it. Trying to figure out this shit. It's hard. Japanese people are curious breeds.
Take that!
Okay. Well, there you go. I found it. I was kind of thinking that it might have been this, but you know, it's whatever. Totally, I'm sure that's 100% what happened. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claimed he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up like a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could have easily adopted that photo position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body that took that posture ahead of its arrival in Fresno, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it was being kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh! Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because some stripling's baseless accusation. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside the courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God. Outrageous! So it was you! You admit that you... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin. in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there had pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was only one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh. So he's throwing Kazuma under the bus.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi!
You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact a Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is...
I love this cheeseburger. Yeah, you're my cheeseburger.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few moments ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So, present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that the alleged demonstrated the possibility of the...
Take that!
I'm hilarious, I know. Bro, at this point, I'm fucking winging it, dude.
Take that!
Nope. Alright. Let me try the box next.
Take that!
Yeah.
Take that!
Man, I'll fucking fuck this game.
Take that!
God damn it.
Take that!
Listen, man, I'm trying over here. Fuck off.
Take that!
Ah! Fuck! Give me a second, I'm chewing. Alright, we're good, gamers. This itinerary for the crew members of the SS Groose, my lord, this is conclusive proof.
The itinerary. How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely.
Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated in the its itinerary.
Yes. Yes. I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
The crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murderer could have been committed by Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ugh! Hold it. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, there's no escape this time. You can forget you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. And then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look like as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. And that's when this all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. What the fuck did he just do? It's over! My life is over! A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though, it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? Well, there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
How awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at the time of being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended him to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I had received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd get to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could have taken the body up on the deck and thrown it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So, before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as a culprit. So, I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel. Then...
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcome committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had brought a red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found in the scene, the inspector had it ready for the red-headed leak investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up the little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the matter of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For crimes of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get over this now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Wait, I'm confused. Wasn't this whole court about Barak von Zykes, though? This wasn't him. He was a witness. Whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter. And may I remind that all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession that he is a small, tiny cock. Admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant of this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, as you wish.
Now, for the formal education. I hereby declare the defendant, Baron von Zeiss.
Objection!
The prosecution calls for education to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Shigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baron von Zeiss has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Professor Isugi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, a mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly. That would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baron von Zeiss, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What?
Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeiss very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means, we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify distinctively the man's identity. And that is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised. Quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeiss. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. I'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeiss unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all information involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for supplementary hearing.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Pray, turn the blind eye to the discourtesy as I verified that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the content of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zeiss?
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice aside, Lord Van Sykes. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness. In order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what say the defense? The defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, Your Honor, or my lord. Very well, defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me being behind the Assassin Exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, and that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of that truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. I don't know how to say that word. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Objection!
Rondo! What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Sykes. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see
that the defendant doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. The defense. Sorry, not the defendant.
Order in the court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This. The autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an undelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's soul. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zykes, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain exclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Osogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's undying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed. That was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zykes here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a masked murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power by Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast to this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity for purpose here.
However,
he who fails to squash his emotion, quash his emotions, in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the courtroom has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st.
I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku.
But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth?
The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged that I'd already deduced. There was a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
What?
Secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motives were. Right, I see. You're that Asuki's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zykes' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Von Zykes. Okay, so, the fact that he says that actually doesn't prove that he's guilty of it. The only reason Barrick Von Zykes was lead prosecution to the case was because he asked for it. You know who originally was going to be prosecuting him? Strongheart. So, I was money on the fucking dollar there, bro. Holy shit. I knew it! I fucking knew he was the Reaper. He was the original prosecutor that was going to do it, but fucking Barrick over here was like, yo, bruv, let me take care of this. Let me cook. Holy shit.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who, what does that say? Liaised? Stop using big words! Well, it's not really, what's it called? Liaised. Liaised?
Liaise.
Liaised? There you go. It has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. See, that doesn't even make any sense. I don't even think a prosecutor has that power. Like, why would Jigoku listen to a fucking to a prosecutor, dude? Come on. Like, that shit don't make no fucking sense, bro. It's fucking Strongheart, dude. He's the one. He's the guy who did it. He did it. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick Von Zykes. Actually, oh, dude, I can say otherwise. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. Yes! What? Oh, he's gonna say it. He's gonna say it. Here he goes. Lord Van Sykes? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Sykes isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just have a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey.
Take that!
Yeah! The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy reports is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Sykes, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Sykes, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. Sorry, I was texting. My mom. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the case. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Sykes' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. Then where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the excess in exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zyke's autopsy. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't have anything against Dr. Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zyke is...
Take that!
Heavens help us. Another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy, from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him in the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone he knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims, and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There is no clues into the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just be the mastermind. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptuous behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you'll be remanded following these procedures. Willingly, I trust, since you give your word. The futile game for revenge is over, young Master Asogi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it.
Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Ong Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind this disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why would you have been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevaricatory, I don't know how to fucking say that word, of your superiors?
Order! Order in the court!
It seems to me we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge is absolutely authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do?
There's certain dark things occurring behind the scenes. I think indeed.
Is there a single person present who can... God damn it, I can't read this shit. Is there a single person present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same?
What?
The trial should go on! Summon the witness!
That's right! We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fucker fucking cries of die of cringe. Clear it up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody!
My lord, you assured the present that you would uncover the whole truth. Vindicate yourself with this outlandish thing. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
A ghost to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial.
Testify, testify, testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voices of the British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of a witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards as a reminder. And as a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
It's Lord Strong. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Damn. Part 3, baby.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Why is she just staring at him?
Step through the bar, please. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugen Mikotoba, lecturer and forensic medicine of the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Why is she here? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is...
This is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Okay. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. It makes no sense. She was here there too.
And that's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zykes. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the documents and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she couldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. Stop.
So, Professor, you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zykes' autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat that nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I am here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of it doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verge on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could have possibly identified as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Ugh. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zykes' death,
and with this testimony we have, without question, uncover the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professors of previous victims died with an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zykes, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered into the realms of supposition or speculation.
What the fuck do you expect him to say? Oh, so the only thing you can say is what I want you to say. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the preceding judge has no authority of contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
And all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct. And yet Lord Van Zykes was stabbed.
Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Van Zykes may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But
Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest.
that's not true.
He admitted to have taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
That is also not true. He said that he admitted to the crime of taking someone's life. He didn't admit to killing all the members of the aristocracy.
And yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Not like you can actually find that anyways, because, the dog's probably dead by now.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a fingertip. Over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi.
A ring? My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a round, large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger.
Why couldn't you just say his ring finger? Why'd you gotta bring up the science version of that?
I had understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death. The ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions of his ring where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something onto that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gori, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Are you fat shaming the gemstone? I can't believe you. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut from it, I think. Ow! Oh, my finger's bleeding! The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? Couldn't swallow it even... Wait, what? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun about that size could go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. That is actually a good point. If you could easily cut yourself on this, it's hard to imagine how you would be able to swallow it without dealing some serious damage to your innards. Or your throat. Or your mouth. We must examine it carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can either confirm or deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
The ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then. Found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you could intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. And that's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
And why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if you swallow the ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and the esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. And there is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called the endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But, Mama,
She chose to stitch up her corpses up, with all his secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I have. Of Genshin Osogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at the late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang! The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Ah! Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question that if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundered through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let's us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zykes? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
Ugh.
Genshin Asoki's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord? Your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy result were an invention, there is no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievance I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we could only show there was a reason for his father's silence during his trial. A real reason why. Oh my gosh, was I right? I made a fucking prediction, like, I don't know how many streams ago, it was like 1 or 2 streams. That my prediction was that, of course, Asogi wasn't the professor, but it was Clint. That's the reason why he killed him. And the reason why he owned up to it was to save Barrick from the grief of learning that his brother is a murderer, a mass murderer. Shit's fucked.
How about no?
Oh, you know what? Fuck you, Matt. I think I'm right. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain the silence of the court in the court?
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Okay. Man, I'm about to fucking beat someone's ass. Damn it, I thought I was cooking. Fuck you, Matt! Bitch!
Take that!
This? No. I swear, on God, for real. I know I'm cooking with this one, I swear.
Take that!
No. Let me think here.
Take that!
This one? Ah. Oh, that's right. Because he wasn't gonna be put to death. I remember that. There were people inside that was they were gonna help save him. I forgot about that. Until he was, shot. It's true that I actually completely forgot about that point. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe that my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification on a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder, who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are no indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I might have been wrong about my assessment, but we'll continue. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Helmut Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear to have a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you that he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Oh, are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Still here. I'll be honest with you, I'm not excited to do Caden's voice, because, good lord, it's fucking hard. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye.
No.
Medicate.
No. La polizia, no.
Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits of the, your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Dally Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. The conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward that happened. I fucking can't read his words. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity. Could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Hold on there, laddie. All I did was...
Witness, Governor Caden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that the intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in something. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
It was the day that jailbreak Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigilantly and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who it was behind it. It can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in this scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've known of the first idea, like. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. We don't know who else was involved. Hey, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person to reigns was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man that terrorized the country as never before. With his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. In the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil. I can't apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I don't ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can do that much. And then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Well, that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Hey, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genjin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jack out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that, only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is this? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caton was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit the crimes he didn't commit with the promise of jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. Well, the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her promise of his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. As it happened in that vast chamber of secrets. That is Barclay. Behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between the Soki and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Aye, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Objection!
Confessing under oath of murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him from behind closed doors anyways. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavers! That fellow couldn't have possibly had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I tell you not to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught the sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, what's on that paper? The last will and testament. And this will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison wardens searched through the belongings of his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right in Port Proper. In the villa cell where I said it would belong. How can that be? Where in a cell? We searched all over the place from top to bottom. Oh, well, you didn't do your job proper job, eh, you wee pilly-wally gabloot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I not? Young lawyer. Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? It's probably this last text. Where he says he may not see his home country again or whatever. But the fact that he was promised there would be no reason. Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contained nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could have quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We don't know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document now?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody of the prosecutor's office.
It's clear some illicit negotiations took place. Your lordship just gonna gloss over that. Your lordship just gonna gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts. What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again.
The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that the vocal of few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The documents was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it was called. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger? Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold on me anymore. Other than the hold like he... is he shaking himself like he's getting grabbed? Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do, is it? Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah! Fucking game. Little and large. What a double act.
We compiled with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. And you cannot deny the writing is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we could safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. I'm gonna poop in your mouth.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bamboo you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him more accordingly. So according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so what exactly was the will pen? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it to remain there for safekeeping, sure. Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prisoner governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I am unable to... Oop, shit, I fucking do that. I am unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with a notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent to with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the coverings and yelled, "You cannot have disappeared completely!" in my face. I like that his fucking thing is being dragged too. So goofy. Hey, well, he's doing to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean the article based on Mr. Drever's experience in Locate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made that you aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top level of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken afore, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell ya is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it really was Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was asked after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
And Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, and his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I really wasn't getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect for Inosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times. The inmates have shackles around their ankles. It couldn't have hurt anyone with that thing. Still, it was allowed a sword but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikitoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzori ink stone, a black sumi ink, and some hashi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, and I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is this something about the testimony we heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly? Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense may ask that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written as Scarlet, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Objection.
Womp womp. I'm just goofing. We're just goofing. So I said there was scarlet ink? Inky Winky? Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught a sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite certain it wasn't black.
Oh, shit. Witness! Is that really what you saw?
Oh! What? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh,
Didn't have it. You can plainly see the writing here. It's as black as an Earl's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
the Lord need waste no further time on this conjecture. We have the will and testament in question in opposition. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? I'm assuming the scarlet ink he's referring to is blood. So maybe he wasn't able to get, like, a quill and ink? So maybe he, like, I don't know. It's a little weird. Maybe he, like, stabbed, or maybe he was able to, like, smuggle in a quill, but he couldn't bring in any ink, so he used his own blood. Maybe. I don't know. If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court once. Ugh.
Objection!
See, that had red. Okay. Let's see here. Maybe the sword?
Objection!
Ah!
Objection! Objection!
I'm trying to think thunk here. What evidence do I have that can do the voodoo? Who do you voodoo, bitch? Oh boy. I don't know what I was expecting there. It's gotta be something of that day. Oh, thank you. I really don't know. I guess the best I could really do is like
Objection!
I'd do that, I guess. Never mind. Fuck. Scarlet red writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. Wait, what? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Wait. On Clint's hand? Huh. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Whoa. Avarice again! You have no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes. And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Oh, I really am talking out of my own ass, aren't I? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, Aristocles, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleansed them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it could only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? I'm not gonna read this shit. A last will and testament. Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know is completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi has said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zykes. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene! And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers to enact that daring escape jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will no one can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zykes. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion, but with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Clint Van Zykes, a man of high noble standings, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people of the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo? However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you've resolved to do when you've entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zykes left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probabilities, the details in the will were related to the professor case. And the defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Van was in fact can do. Was I right? Oh, baby, I was right! Oh, let's go! I was fucking money on the dime there, baby bitch! Holy shit! I believe that what Lord Clint Van Sykes actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough! Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Sykes, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. And was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Sykes himself.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Sykes family. They've been thoroughbreds, the British, whatever.
Lord Van Sykes, he is a paragon of justice in the capital.
But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of the aristocrats.
The general public would have found out, the order of law would be finished.
My brother. This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Sykes.
I wonder, though,
Did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrick Von Sykes is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order, order, order in the court!
Lord Van Sykes. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Belmont. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Belmont. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if it were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar?
That's talking about what happened in the second case of this game. That's where we found it.
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
Jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief.
It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, do you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was a heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the color you described was Belmont's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Sykes and the widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it.
Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So it is true then. Clint Van Sykes really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making law tags and ain't of their own.
So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal. That would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Sykes was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Whatever.
Clint.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the new Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Sykes made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, but the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
The professor? Yes. Beyond no shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant for the search of his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on his estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. Whatever.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of his being stupid. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit Van Sykes' mansion on his own. We could only imagine what happened between the two men. Although we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zykes perished.
I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Cosmo-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zykes meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Osoki must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it as secret, and to guard this secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father!
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence!
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that!
There's no question that it was Osoki who murdered Lord Van Zykes. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken,
That was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help?
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Osoki was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charge. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Cosmo Osoki.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Osoki.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it'll be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Osoki: the gallows.
Don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, I haven't. It hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. He did it for me.
And I told him at the time my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Armstrong? Strongheart. Fuck.
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric von Zykes? Now the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, shall return to wreak justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt would never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So, what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in almighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway.
If it was all an aid for keeping London safe,
there is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zykes. What?
Of course, I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor,
So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all.
that you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, they couldn't say that I'd never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed.
At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother it was the source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During that time of the professor's killing, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, no more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zykes nor Genshin Isuki still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. And that is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord! I'm afraid I must insist the trial continue. Oh, good lord, man, my voice is dying. Help! Help! I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zykes and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? And one of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to find out who. Lord Van Zykes, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on now, Rinosuke. Go over and find it again. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nibelung's eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at?
I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words?
Yo mama. I'm really trying my hardest to figure this shit out. Is it this?
Take that!
Is it this?
Hear me? Oh, the evidence is clear-minded.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't fucking know. Chat, this shit stinks like yesterday's diapers. All right, let's try this. Let's work that body.
Take that!
Shut up, Matt. I'm trying. What else is there? It wasn't that. This?
Take that!
Maybe I was wrong about this. 'Cause I honestly don't think I have any evidence for this. So hold on, let me just do this. I think I fucked myself. Oh, okay, cool. So I can't choose it. Let's try Lord Strongheart then. It's Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Inosuke, think back, fun problem. Neither Clint Van Zykes nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However, we can much debate, we cannot hope to reach the conclusions. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence that condemns Genshin Asugi, and the 3-paged will. Wait. There's 2 pages. Wow. That might be it, actually. Lord Strongheart, would you explain? Explain one, Counsel. Among the statements you made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Inosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making. They may very well prove fatal.
Take that!
Cool. This here is the will left by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged will last. The 3-paged will last. Fucking hell. The 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you had identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Hey, I was there for sure. I remember the black wearing like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were at the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about the Britain to back into Japan, eh? I can't fucking read for shit. So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentalities, Counsel. As it happens, I have a 3rd page of the documents with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of the proceedings. It'll be too late. The trial's over. Even the slightest thing might give us a final clue. My lord, defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitable maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Kaden, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can't actually read Warem language. It's beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Marie? If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatova? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Well, perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thine head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father, what is Kuruma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Twist the head. Your penis head? All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the proceeding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. Oh, right. Thank God for that. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Twist thy head? What does that even mean? Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mighty foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, isn't it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history of development of the katana some time ago. And I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is part of the very end of the hilt. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Do you think... It's written the head of Japan in Japanese, but it's pronounced Kashiri. Kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah! Oh, holy shit. Look what's inside. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Oh dear. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Sykes, and the date 10 years ago, on the fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Sykes. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Chat, I'm about to So what does it say? What does it say? However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zykes tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal
Objection!
faculties. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother! Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned is in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order, and I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime in the capital of sea. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, will you not too quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discords from the proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I had to present some decisive evidence, but how? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence. I'm calling your fucking mother. Shut up, bitch. I'm calling your mother tonight. You up? And that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, well, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery! My brother's last will and testament! Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this.
inside Kuruma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature Ren seals certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document to be read from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom! Do that, my lord. And you will suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without a good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Sykes really did pen all that day. It's exactly as the Japanese said it.
Read it out now! We have the right to hear what's in the will! A right and duty!
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No. For God's sake. No! I pen this, my last will and testament, for the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk, in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Sykes, Lord of the Manor of the Van Sykes Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse, the corruption rife among the aristocracy, whatever the fuck, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. That's the word. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hand. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crimes to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Maillard Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zykes was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mail Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed so up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and the man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zykes, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at its roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we had agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him up out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. The Nacht Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! People find out the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock every foundation of the Empire! Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened! He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement!
You promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out about this, both of us would be finished forever. Come, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed all over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave, from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened at Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi at the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push come to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? In these past years, I fought tirelessly within the dark recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
I couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I've saved Clint Van Zykes from dishonor in his death!
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We had to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zykes who worked tirelessly to justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was for the Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Gah! Gah!
Well, well, well! Dear me, my good fellows, dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industrialness. Fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing, no?
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weakness. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital. And deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins, managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost without a doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. It is all was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. If things look struggling, you look at him. But, on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, and that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. This is really gross. I'm not gonna lie. Are you hearing this? And this is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. and therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Rinosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really one other path left to me. Pull the ears? Oh yeah! I forgot about that. Yes, as I know only too well. And the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there is ever any time of using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth will unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here it goes. Ow, ow, ow! My dear fellow, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes! And he's a hologram? I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Pull that man in irons! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You have been warned once already. We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. It's just dancing. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The greatest detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth? Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mused. So could not images be... yeah, whatever. Iris and I did this modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Damn. They made a hologram in the 19th century.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave the courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen. It can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by the third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Sherlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
Meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I presume there will be no objections. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspicious of Her Majesty, as you. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Iris, there you are.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayor Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Mayor Strongheart.
A darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief of Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Ah! What just happened? She got that boom, boom, boom. Oh, I thought he died from that. No, he got a little burnt. Lord Clint Van Zykes left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asoki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain this situation. But I couldn't find the damned documents. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asoki's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. To be honest, it didn't even cross my mind, bro. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes. In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Beric. You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for your understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asoki is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quid, Clint Van Zykes. Clint. Male Strongheart. I don't know why I keep calling him Armstrong. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in the criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Eternal Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial.
Ah.
However, the preceding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord!
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Fuck. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. Shut the fuck up! This is about to end. I'm gonna end you. If British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might be the man to do it. But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Sykes.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. And my loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Sykes, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true.
The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me shut the fuck up. Let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would never have been able to... Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system would have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Beric von Zykes. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Beric von Zykes, not guilty. Yay! Chad, I'm dying. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Okay, $19 Fortnite card.
I'll read one. It's really over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo? I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Wow, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though, through it all, Miss Sato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Mr. Naruhodo. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure if that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zyk's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Do I look smiling to you?
Mrs. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I
I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What is it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. No. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zykes, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kiss? Oh. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zykes wrote before his duel with my father. Sogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zykes. What can the second final wish have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you've only agreed to it, Seishiro and I gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. Oh! So Iris is the daughter of Clint. So that makes Is that where this is leading? She's the daughter of Clint Van Zykes, which means that Barrick Von Zykes is her uncle. Yummers. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're our only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked to me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, and I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know who I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well, then. Does he not trust Seishiro? I mean, to be fair, he kind of called that shit, because Seishiro was the one who killed him, but, you know, funny. And that very night, I got a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life in the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. A bit.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. And there was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was that when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zykes? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confess everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah! So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zykes family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zykes made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be the father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really, all it can be said is that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayumi Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right. Ayumi, or in English, Iris.
Iris? I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
The little thing just pinched me behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require much measures.
Oh no, Susie!
Oh, Iris!
I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flattered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No! Really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely.
You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zykes! What? Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zykes family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So, as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that synonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed of that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Soki. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home. Ah!
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, I did. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventures. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose that fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in this cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you tell me so before? Quite the sight I expected to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato look so happy in a very long time.
Oh, Ronald, there you are.
Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to fill me boots.
Goodness. Is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing me coppers, Clobber, and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force, but why, Jenny? Well, the boss ain't around anymore no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the rape's never gonna accept a diver-turned dick, is he? Well, perhaps people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch and the crown attached. And that watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me! It ain't no one else!
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah.
No.
And I made a...
No. La policía, no.
You know, the more you interrupt, the longer this takes. I hope you realize this. So all your bitching, you can blame it on yourself at this point.
Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise, didn't I? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh,
All right, then. It's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to... Well,
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Eh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it, because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved a mini mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old salty Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say that. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? No, okay. Even amidst the most disturbing of cases, even reeling from the most shocked of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, and there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home, too, with my greatest family. Fuck. This is the attic room. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carrot. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up, Lord Clint Van Zykes. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zykes' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Suseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He had stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you would have made the connection to the Van Zykes. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskerville. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on a grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskervilles family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So, I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carefully left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. And at that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from your expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have the right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. On the path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes. That's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution then.
I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Susato-san. I just want to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll be returning to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decided, Miss Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose... You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly for having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But But you have to come back and visit. Say you will! Say it!
Of course, I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. I think a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
I think he's wearing underwear? Bruh. What would you know?
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you have me, I'd be delighted.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
I think she's 17 years old in this game, so I hope you realize something.
You're lucky, Susato-san.
That you're
There's
fucking
no time.
cringe.
The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Okay.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
It's been a year. Yeah, a year ago she was 16, now she's 17.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Anime. In 60 frames per second. Oh, never mind, it's not anime.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
They're gonna scissor each other now.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Runo.
I think we beat the game. I don't know about you guys. Oh boy. Well, that was a tasty treat. Oh, fuck. Oh, let's skip this. I'm not gonna lie. I need to skip this. I'm fucking done. I'm tired. Fucking hell, it's 2 in the morning, bro. Fuck. Holy shit. No, I don't want to watch this. I'm sorry. Yay. The Great Ace Attorney 2 is finished. We did it. Fin. See the words fin? That means we finished. Oh, hold on. This is cool art. I gotta take a screenshot of this. This is pretty cool art. I like this. This is a pretty fun game. Part 2, Finn. Bruh, there ain't no part 3. Put your bitch ass up. Oh, there we go. We did it. We finally beat it. This is a 6-hour fucking stream. Holy shit. Fucking hell. Not the longest stream I've done, but it's definitely cringiest. Alright. Well, thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate it. What the fuck? Monday, we'll play more Fall of Avalon, and then Thursday, I'll come up with another game. Yeah. Yeah, this was fun. I'm glad we finished this tonight. Thank God. But this was great. I'm glad I did this, because this was a fucking great game. So, thank you all very much. I love you guys very much. And I'm going to go ahead and raid my boy real quick. Where's my boy at? There he is. Oh, well, that's an interesting fucking title of the stream. Okay. Well, here you guys go. We're gonna raid Scyther KB. Poggers. I love you all very much, and I will see you guys on Monday. Good night, everybody.
I'm open for 4 damage currently.